Okay, hang on a second, stream. We're running the patcher at the moment. Trying to get something done here. That was dropped on me at the last second. Real pain. I see there was no character wipe or no server wipe, but I also saw there were no new masteries added, so I'm guessing there probably aren't many changes to the classes, but we'll check it out in a minute. I gotta get this finished. Okay. Mm-hmm. Some days, chat, it sucks being the one tech person that everybody around you knows. Inconvenience you at the most inconvenient time. I'm almost done. This is what kept me. This is why we started late. Eh, good. Okay. Okay. Hey, Ryobi. Hey, Necro. What's going on? Was he still OP? All right, let's go over this real quick. We'll go to the full notes. See what's going on. All right, we don't need the preamble. Level cap is staying at 50, so no wipe. I'm guessing we still have the test support NPC boosting people to 40. Following areas are in focus for week 14. Combat testing for levels 1 to 50. Well, that's not really going to happen. Mastery options for all the masteries. Solo and group adventuring gameplay throughout the game. Oh, really? Is that how they're wording it now? Solo and group adventuring gameplay throughout the game, which pretty much lumps all combinations of everything together, which means 99% of the server is still going to be level 40 or higher. Bug fixes. Fixed an issue that would sometimes cause NPCs or objects to randomly appear when players use certain abilities. Interesting. Fixed an issue where NPCs would sometimes run away for a short time after being attacked. Okay. Fixed an issue with charged abilities that would cause them to queue infinitely when rapidly pressing the ability hotkey. Fixed an... Well, why would you rapidly press a... I don't know how to read. Fixed an issue that was preventing charged abilities from properly applying their charge amount to their effects. Fixed several water volumes in the world that had a bad surface. Oh, so maybe they fixed my problem in Silent Plains. Water in more areas should now behave more like water should. Potential fix for an issue that was causing aura abilities to terminate abruptly. That usually means that there's a modifier in the mastery window cutting it off. It's the same problem Warriors had with Quell. Guaranteed. This problem was leading to strange behavior for aura-based effects such as Paladin hymns stacking when they shouldn't, or disappearing when they should have remained active, right? Okay. Fixed an issue where pets would refuse to attack some NPCs in the crypt. Classes. Dire Lord. Dreadplate 1, 2, and 3 Mastery unlock should now properly adjust the armor. Essence Thief should no longer automatically fill the bar. That's good. Druid. Call Lightning should now be properly added to the codex when unlocked. The Flame Stokes Flame Mastery should now properly extend the duration of Stormfire. Okay. Enchanter. Charm 2 can now be cast by enchanters who are higher than level 28. The gate scroll that can be purchased from enchanter trainers is now actually usable. Enchanters, go get your gate spell, apparently. Leave your group behind. Updated the descriptions for the different ranks of Lyrith's Grace to show the correct information for the ability. New enchanters should now begin with a scroll for Mesmerize instead of a scroll for the defunct Fixate. The shielding spell should now apply the appropriate effect. Oh, what about the stacking, though? Updated the descriptions of the Whisper's line of abilities to correctly indicate the amount of resting mana regen. Purge magic should now be properly added to the code. Wait, didn't I read something about shielding earlier? Maybe I didn't. Nope, I guess I didn't. I thought I saw a fix for that shielding thing. Okay, oh, it wasn't Enchanter, it was Wizard. It might be, okay. Paladin, fix for Fervent Strike not working properly. Blessed Flame. Blessed Flame should no longer drop stacks in combat. That's good. Divine Shock 3 should now be castable when Castigator 2 is locked. Fixed a typo in the description of the Condemnation Mastery. The effective judgment of flame should now properly decrease. Reverberation should now function properly for higher ranks of Oath Flame. Rogue. The description for Blackjack Kick now explains that the ability generates an opportunity point. I always thought this was a weird skill, man. Blackjack and Kick are two different methods of attack. There's no such thing as a Blackjack kick. What are you going to do? Pull a kick out of your pants and hit the enemy with it? Like a Blackjack is a club, a mini club, and a kick is with your foot. Like, I don't know. Oh, maybe your character had. No, no. I don't want to make that joke. Never mind. I'm not going to say it. We're going to go to the next note. Updated the description text for caltrops to be more clear as to the effect of the trap. Fix for rogues, sometimes getting knocked out of Shadow Walk immediately after using Escape Artist. So they still have no workaround for the rogues as of yet, where they could stay in stealth after attacking or putting themselves into back into stealth in combat if they get knocked out of it, which I'm guessing will probably come from the mastery window, I would think. I mean, if they don't give rogues a way to put themselves back into stealth after being knocked out of it during combat, that's going to be mind-numbingly awful. Shaman, the Unbroken Current Mastery, now requires Unstoppable Current. Makes sense. Summoner, the purchase price of the ability scroll for Grand Shielding has been reduced. Okay. Warrior, uh-oh. On the defensive, should now give the correct bonuses to the warrior. Wasn't? Okay. All ranks of Shield Bash should now properly apply bonus threat when used. Are you telling me that threat wasn't working on Shield Bash this whole time? We don't even need it. I was holding aggro. So they just added more threat. Updated the description of the Shield Bash ability to clarify that it does not apply silence by default. Who didn't understand that? So, for those who don't know, Bash and Shield Bash have a modifier down at the end of upgrades that allows you to apply a 6-second silence when you successfully Shield Bash a mob. It tells you that in the mastery window. Apparently, they must have gotten a fair bit of feedback about it to address it in these patch notes. Means I guess people English is rough, maybe? Ranks 2 to 5 of the Storm ability should now show the correct duration for the stun effect. Hold the line should now only consume 1 battle point on its initial tick instead of 2. Okay. Wizard. Dwarves may now choose the Wizard class. Ice Volley and Torrent of Flame should now both properly apply their damage 4 times over their duration instead of missing a tick. Wait, did they just give the wizard more damage? It should no longer be possible for wizards to stack multiple ranks of shielding. It should no longer be possible. So that means they think they fixed it, but they don't know that they fixed it. Cleaned up some bad references in the display names of various wizard mastery nodes. Elemental cycles should now properly and temporarily grant spell haste when changing between different elemental damage types. Spellblade's Alacrity 1 and 2 will now correctly affect the Blaze and Static Surge abilities. Welling Fury should now properly generate stacks and reduce the focus consumption of Flame Strike when it is active. Smoldering Wounds should now properly trigger its effect when the wizard crits with fire damage. Okay. Audio. Implemented multiple audio performance optimizations around the game world. Fixed several items that had incorrectly high amounts of strength. The character's appearance will no longer be initially randomized. Oh, okay. World. Fixed lighting issues in the Galdassi ruins. Fixed several floating plants and trees in Wild's End. That's good. I actually reported a few of these a very long time ago and they were never fixed, so I stopped reporting them. Fix some missing collision in Wild's End. Fix floating plants and trees in the Eastern Plains. Class trainers for 41 to 50 are now available in Thronefast, Sohirith, and the Barrow Dark. Oh, wow. Interesting. I mean, realistically, who's hanging out in Avelia at 41? An awkward statement. Whatever. Anyhow. Okay, so nothing serious with the patch this week. So let's jump in and figure out what we're doing. Hey, Briar, what's going on? I think I saw you a couple days ago. You were on Palisade, right? On server? Stood in front of you in Avelia. I think I jumped up and down a couple times, but you didn't react, so I didn't think you were there. I should hope you were AFK. If I figured you were rude and ignoring me. Where am I? Oh, I'm in Silent Plains. This is the camp right next to Sky Durban. Yeah. We need it to render, so we gotta stand still a minute. Oh, I got a window open. Hang on a second, chat. I'll be right back. I forgot I opened the window. Gotta close it. It's really hot. Okay, we are back. There. Weird. Okay, whatever. People be people in chat. Okay, what are we doing? We have the shield quest, but we need invis. Okay. Okay, it might be a chill, lazy night tonight. Slash who all 3940. And there's the server. Oh ho 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 ho. You're leveling? Yeah, I'm leveling up. We were all leveling up until 2 weeks ago. Then they put in level 40 on the NPC, and 99.9% of everybody went to level 40. So now there's no valid testing at the mid-game, and everybody's level 40 farming level 20 content for gear. And that's the way it's been for the past week. The server's pretty much ruined. The only people that stayed around the mid-game range, which is where the server was, there were 7 or 8 of us, but unfortunately they're not on at the moment. You either give it an hour, Briar, or they went and farmed everything over the past 4 days and got everything. Because we've been up there, and they've had everything. They've had Oosh, they've had the War Chief, they've had the cave down below, they've had Rot Fist, they've had all of it. We couldn't get anywheres. We'd start clearing some place and 40s would show up. 2 40s would take out everything. Black Rose Keep, same thing. Go to Black Rose Keep, there's 21 names in that zone. We couldn't get to more than 2 because 40s were all over everything else. Trust me, we know. It's been a nuisance. So needless to say, there's no mid-game testing now. So, whatever. Like, this is the important part of the game. Level 40 is not the important part of the game, and anybody who thinks so is ignorant. The important part of the game is 20 to 25, because that's when everything opens up. That's when you get access to Halnirs, Nightwolf Knoll, Black Rose Keep, the Manor, spiders. Like, People are just greedy to go to level 40 and just start farming everything. Because now what's going to happen is, yeah, you can go to the test support NPC and D-level and level up again infinite times. I get it. But they're all going to be overgeared. I'm not wearing anything that was farmed overgeared. Everything I'm wearing is what I've killed to get. Because we've been working, or I've been working really hard with trying to get a group of people to run through and test stuff. And the rest of the server's level 4. Like, it's just busted. Like, just give us another character wipe. Take away level 30, 35, and 40 from the test support NPC and let us work. But whatever. Whatever. The server's ruined, period. I don't care who's back, I don't care who's playing, I don't care who's in a guild, I don't care who's going after Tel Daedrus, I don't care. The server's ruined, period. So, that's where we are. And I refuse to go to 40. I refuse. I did that for the last 8 months. Not doing it again. At least not now. So, whatever. But that's just me. People will do what they want. But as far as testing goes, the server's ruined. And I had people try and tell me, oh yeah, but you can't get some of the masteries until you're level 40. Yeah, but you still... Dumb. 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 What people should have done, we shouldn't have levels 35 and 40 minimum on the test NPC. Everybody should have got their masteries at level 20 or 15 and started from there. Because it's not a matter of going through and testing every option. If you, not you particularly, these are blanket statements. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. If you hit level 40 and you're given 40 masteries, 40 mastery points to distribute, how does that help you in Halnir's? How does that help you in Nightwolf? How does that help you at level 2025? It doesn't, because you're now geared and masteried to take on level 40 like, dudes, go back to 1520, take your 1520 points, put them where you think you're going to play, and start there and start playing. And then you test the mid-game stuff, and you're like, okay, this isn't working, I can't hold aggro, I'm not doing enough DPS, this isn't working on this mob, I'm supposed to get 10% mitigation, I'm only getting 5% mitigation, da-da-da-da. I see in Discord, there are people actually constantly posting information, particularly with the Warrior. Now, a lot of it is, I don't think it's tested enough, because some of the stuff they've been saying doesn't work, has worked. But like, if people want to test mastery, how about doing them? Like, we're not going to see this game for 2 years. So here's what's going to happen. People are going to be 40 right now. They're going to grind to get to 50. Hopefully no character wipes so that they keep the level 50s. They're going to farm everything. They're not going to roll alts, and they're going to stop playing 4 months from now or 5 months from now. And we're still probably 2 years out from the game officially launching with 3 continents, which means we just spent all that time not testing, quote unquote, the meat and potatoes of the game. Like, holy smokes. It's so ridiculous. So now what's going to happen is, people are going to give all this data about 40 to 50 and talk about the end game and the one raid target, and the whole middle of the game is going to be busted 6 months from now. I had someone tell me the PTR is about having fun and not testing. Yeah, that person was trying to get a rise out of you. That person is a goofball. And here's the other thing. Someone can say, yeah, but having the level NPC in the game allows new players to come in and actually test the higher level stuff or see the higher level stuff for the first time. If you think for 3 seconds anyone who auto-leveled to 40 is a new player to this game, I want whatever you just smoked. Everybody who fast-forwarded to 40 knows the content at the end game, they know what they're going after, and they know where to go to get it. And that's why we're seeing 40s in all the zones where they're not supposed to be. At level 40, you should be working at the Enclave and Wildmound Cradle. But people are going to have a very difficult time with both those areas because there's no provisioning and there's no jewel crafting for resists. So good luck. So why did you hit 40? Because you're selfish, greedy, and you want to go after the gear. That's all. That's all it is. What are you testing on at 40? You know what? I'm half tempted to go over to the Enclave right now and see if my combat log starts moving. See if anybody's in the Enclave. I bet you they're not. Yes, RMS. I don't know if you were here the other night, but I ran through Silent Plains and I came across this rock valley and this giant stone archway that I went through, and I started talking about this giant golem that was going to eat me for breakfast, so I wasn't going to get close to it. Were you here for that? You might not have been here for that. But the Enclave is, right now, on this continent, the Enclave is the endgame content. That's where you go from 40 to 50. Is the Enclave. I mean, arguably, you could, late 30s to mid 40s puts you in Wildmound Cradle. But if you want to go to 50, you should be in Enclave. That's the end game. But people don't do that. Players get together and they go to a place called Smoldering Trenches and they grind and they grind and they grind. So in essence, they over-level the content. So when they're ready to go into the Enclave, they're already too strong to begin with. Like, I don't know. Maybe we should go to Moshes and Memories like tomorrow. For a bit, maybe. Wait for people to leave. Everything is still green, right? Yeah, we found out yesterday everything is still green. Well, I don't know what to do with this guy. Where nobody's on at the moment. I mean, Necro's on. Prosaic is here. Our mess is here. We don't have anybody else. And Dove's probably out of commission with her injury, which is unfortunate. I mean, I hope it's, you know, the least kind of serious that it can be. I wouldn't want her playing anyhow with a busted arm. Kidding? Dude. Need an empty bottle? I think I have one. Let me check the bank and see if I have a spare. I think you only need one empty bottle, right? It's just for the quest? Oh, I don't have one. Do I might have it done already. What's the name of the quest for the... I think I already have it turned in. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've already turned it in. So I have this bottle here you can have if you want. I got it turned in and got the supplies for the priest and raid the thugs, I think. Right? It's one of the starting quests that you get, or is it the follow-up? I think it's one of the starting quests, right? It's the first one. Yes. Okay, yeah, so I've done it then. I did the metal fragment and the empty bottle. Oh yeah, that's why I was saying Dorian has a bunch of quests. Every time you turn in quests, you end up we've unlocked a couple of stages here. So that's why I was looking for the quest with the empty bottle and the scrap metal, but I don't have it, which means I've done it. So you can have this bottle. Where'd you say you are? You're in Thronefast? Where are you bound? Are you bound out here? Oh, I gotta get my horse back. You're bound in TF? Okay. Why do we still have bracketed values for shield bash? Rupture's the same way. Must be because we have modifiers in the mastery window and the game doesn't know how to display it. What stats are on the shield? Oh, good question. Is 12 AC, 4 magic resist, 4 disease, 4 curse, 1% to shield block, which is stupid. Mitigates 20% damage on a successful block, 0.02% physical crit vulnerability, and it still has the feedback, the chance to give feedback damage. But it says 10% chance, and I don't know what it was before, but I think it was higher than that before. It's not great. I more than likely won't be doing the quest again. I'll finish this one if I can, but I won't do the next one. Not a fan of those stats. Yeah, better off with Brace of Claws for sure. Yeah, Windblade. Well, I mean, Windblade was cool when they had the proc, but I think they removed the proc off the Windblade. I don't even think the Windblade's worth it anymore. It's 15 damage now. Wait, didn't it used to be 16? Oh, it was in the 20s? Okay. There you are. I mean, we could always pop into Mad Run. We could pop into Mad Run, check on Nidar and the Witch. We'd need to have a group, though. I don't know if there's enough people. You've been soloing them on the wizard? Dude. Well, have you gotten anything? I'm guessing you've picked them clean. Did you get a brace of claws? Oh, wizards have been busted for about 2 weeks now, Briar. I've been running with 2 of them. Well, if anybody wants to jump on their tune, send me a tell, let me know, and we'll see if we can figure something out. Because if not, we don't have anything to do. Hey, Chryslers. Is it Chryslers? Chryslers? Chryslers. Chryslers or Chryslers? This game was fun at the start. The game is still fun. You just have to have people that want to have fun with you. This game is fantastic. The problem right now is everybody's gone to level 40. They auto-jump to 40 and the mid-game is not being tested. I've already been through the game. Like, I've already been through and killed everything many times. But I'm doing my best on this server to try and test as I level. So, we left off before the last character wipe at level 28, so we started this tune at 25. We're now up to 28 again, so thankfully they didn't wipe this week. Yeah, we were over in Ushi's chamber the other night. We were killing all the orcs before they had a chance to get to us. Their corpses were sliding over as their first official attack. The wizards just obliterated them. And apparently, according to today's patch, even though they quote-unquote fixed some not working properly wizard abilities, I think now the wizards have even more power. Just silly. I don't know how they plan on balancing that with a 45-second TTK. Because right now, mobs aren't lasting long enough to do one attack. You're running with 7 instant nukes? Yeah. I wonder if wizards are nuking like Wild Mound Cradle. Or possibly even the Enclave. I can't run to the Enclave at this level because I'll get aggro from everything. I could jump over to the other server and run to the Enclave on Krushnek. That wouldn't serve any purpose. We need some heals. You can summon me in invisibility. How does that work? No, 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 Haley. Don't you have like one arm now? Don't you be sitting here putting yourself through grief? That's unnecessary. You know how bad I'd feel if you mess up your arm? I didn't know the invisibility pots were tradable, Necro. How long do they last for? 10 minutes? Oh, that'd be perfect. I could get to the box and then stuck out. Where's your mage at? Should I go back to Demeth? Pick Avelia? Alright, I'll start making my way back to Avelia. Oh, AVP. Okay, well, that's where we are. Okay. I will just sit tight then. No worries, man. It's no worries. I'm not going anywheres. Did I fight a wolf? Grey Wolf Corrosive Brew was fully resisted on Krushnek. Huh? I don't know what that's about. Maybe it aggroed a horse? Pick up the map. You were camp. I've got everything. I've already turned everything in. How are you doing, Haley? What did they end up saying? If you don't mind me asking. Or if you do mind me asking, that's cool. I get it. bank. Okay. Thank you, who was he? Oh, thank you. What are the odds? I'm not even going to check. Like, what are the odds that's a level 40? I bet you that's a level 40. I may not be at best performance one-handing it, but could just try regardless. Well, I would never turn you away, so if you feel confident and comfortable enough to one-hand it, then by all means come along. Okay, I gotta go see if I can't get through Mad Run now. See if I can get this update. The pot can end early? That is not what I wanted to hear. Or read. What are the should we take bets to see how long it lasts for? All of these guys should be gray, right? I'm pretty sure all these guys are gray, yeah. Now, is this right underneath? I think this is right under the harvester. Oh, I can't climb that? Is it over here? Oh, I'm exhausted. Who just sent me a tell? I don't recognize that name. Oh, that was you? Okay. Yeah, I don't do ninja invites. So, if anybody invites me on a tune and I don't recognize your name, you gotta tell me who you are. He's gray. Okay. Okay, do we think we can make it in? The mad guys are going to be green. Alright, the plan is to at least make it to the bridge. Suki has followed me. Eight seconds? That's a crock of... What is this nonsense? The second I start running, it changes color and goes to 8 seconds. Alright, let's try this again. Oh, I see what you did there. Can you do it while I'm invisible? Can. Thank you, sir. Eight seconds. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, we popped it again. No aggro. Okay, we made it to the bridge. We're halfway there. And it's gonna wear off. Of course it is. Alright, pop that again. Uh-oh, the wolf made a sound. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Holy Toledo, that was almost disastrous. Get past the Weaver. Ah, Suki, thank you, man, for following me. Fantastic, this poor soul didn't make it. Is she up? Let me see if I can show you guys if she's up. She might not be up. We're not in range. So, Aganoct herself spawns down here. This is supposed to be the first raid target that you come to, but ever since before early access, they never had her set up properly. So, it got to a point where you could one group her. Oh, I've already... Hang on a second. Try again. Thank you. Okay, we got our coffer, so now we can go back and turn in. And that gets us our shield. Thought she might be up. There's no way people are killing her. It's the easy way down here. No, we'd see her from here, right? I'm pretty sure we'd see her from here if she's up. Yeah, we'd see her from here. I'm gonna have to stuck out. She's not up. Somebody killed her. Me. Wait, why is an engineer saying me? Why did you say me? Okay, so then a guild came back and they're killing Agon. Okay, of course. It might be intended. I've seen a fair number of intended people, so it's probably intended. Thank you again, Suki, for the assistance. Were you jumping back on the wizard? Hey, Zish. I did. We just got our final item here we're gonna go turn in. This should complete it. Oh, it's entirely up to you, man. I didn't know what you were doing. Oh, gotcha. Well, until we get a healer, or two, feel free to keep doing that. We'll see if Crazy gets on. This is a real problem with everybody being 40, man. None of this content's getting tested. Zone line again. Excuse me. There's no sound for that. There should be a sound. Okay, so here's redundancy for you. So they decided to throw in purple text, the effect that the shield has. But then down at the bottom of the tooltip, they've left in the white text that has been there. So you read the ability and go, oh, okay, the shield procs with divine damage. And then you keep reading the tooltip and it says, this shield has a chance to trigger a special effect when the wearer is struck in combat. Oh, what would that be? When struck in melee, there is a temper... Hey, Hellgear, what's happening? Yes, sir. It's silly. I don't know why they would give you the description of exactly what it does and then leave the initial tooltip, which was always good because it kept you guessing. It's like, oh, what does it proc when we're hit? What does it proc? And then you'd watch your combat log to see if it would go off. Now they just tell you, well, it's 10% chance to do damage, but we'll leave the tooltip in anyways. Or the lore snippet. I'm sour, chat. I'm sour. I'm sour that 99% of the server went to 40. Oop, farming silly people. Well, I just look at it this way, Ninjaneer. It's easier than the other server. So the world first doesn't mean, I mean, to me personally, it doesn't mean anything to me. But if people want to get the world first on PTR because it's the easier version of the target, that's cool. It doesn't speak highly of them, though. Tell them to go over to Stormona and do it. With 24 people, like it's intended. And they're just going to go in there with wizards anyway, so it's not going to matter. That's why all the corpses were on the ground in Sky Durban. They were using corpses to... Wow. Those people should be banned. That's an exploit. My god, that's... By definition, that's an exploit. They should go to the logs, find out who was doing that, and ban them. Those are people you don't want testing the game. Actually, let's see who all 42 to 50. 42 is the highest. My guess is they're all in the same group. 3 wizards, 2... Oh yeah, 4 wizards and 2 shaman. They're all in the same group. That's all one group. Oh, there's Andos. Wizards are probably upset. Nah, they're not upset, Snapper. They're still doing a boatload of damage. They gave them more damage this week. Are you on cold? What level is cold? Did you go to 40? We still need crazy. We don't have a healer. I forget when Crazy... I think Crazy normally gets on in like a half hour, right? I think they're usually later. Spellblade wizards are broken. They need greatsword for a lot of spells. The mastery's broken to give them the proficiency for greatsword. Oh, really? Well, that's unfortunate. That's crazy. I mean, wizards for the most part, they're just nuking everything anyways. I think Suki said he was running with 7 nukes today. Oh, these guys have hit 5-digit snaps. I'm swinging for about 40. Like 40 damage, 40. And they're nuking for 40,000. Look, Prosaic just said on his test dummy he hit 650,000. Oh, there's cold there. You saw a post of somebody doing over 1 million damage to a mob in trenches? Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous. I guess really that there's no true testing at the moment. I mean, if they don't have wizards under control or the game adjusted, I guess testing is out the window. Can we get into anything for the time being without having a healer just yet? I'm trying to think. Black Rose Keep might not be the best idea. Angor maybe, but there'd be a lot of sitting down. What can we do? Oh, you don't have the runes? Do you have, by chance, 3 gold, 60 silver? You don't. So Hangor would be out. So Black Rose Keep, maybe? We go into Black Rose Keep again? Nightwolf Knoll really wouldn't be an option. We're kind of to the point where you don't want to be in Nightwolf Knoll. Halnir's is kind of the same thing. Unless you go down by the monks. I don't remember what level the monks are. But that's a crowded indoor place, so that might not be very good without a healer. Man, Black Rose Keep's the only thing I'm coming up with. The fort is 21 to like 25, so the fort's not worth doing. Lower Halnir's would be, I think it's roughly 26 on the Praetorus side by the light pillar. But I think over by the monks, I think they're higher level now. So if we wanted to crawl Halnir's to get down there, that's an option. And then go left instead of right. We'd have to get past the cripplings. We'd have to kill them before they nuked us. And Black Rose Keep, that's probably where everybody is right now. If we do Hual 3940, what are we looking at? Silent Plain, Silent Plain, Silent Plain. Silent Plain. Silent Plains. Everybody's in Silent Plains. Some people are in AVP. Nobody's in Black Rose Keep. We could try Black Rose Keep, maybe? Master Busu's 28. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure, I thought the content over there went into the 30s. But I could be wrong. I know the Praetorus and the Elementals on the other side are 26, 27, based on the old system. But I thought they revamped the undead monks and whatnot down there. Well, I think right now our two options would be there, Lower Halnir's, at the Undead, or Black Rose Keep. The Rat Ring drops in Halnir's. It drops under the bridge. Where the blood rats are, or what are they called? Bloodsick? The Bloodsick rats. Down with the Bloodsicks. They still haven't fixed that illusion. When you run around in rat form, you carry your weapons backwards. So, what do we want to do? Do we want to attempt crawling down through Halnir's, or do we want to go to Black Rose? Okay, why don't we do this then? Why don't we go to Halnir's? We'll start there. We'll crawl down towards the monks, and we'll see what level the content is. If I'm wrong and it's 20 something like the other side, we'll come out of there. We'll stuck out of there and then go to BRK and see what we can do there. How about that? Does that sound good? I'm not going to be very helpful. I can pull and split and whatnot, but you guys will be killing everything. Alright, let's do that. So let's go to Halnir's. Just gonna watch for Bolt, of course. What happened to Little Dove? Oh, you're already in there. Gotcha. Well, sir, were you bound to the stone? It's almost like you knew. Excuse me. '40s. Nice to see a group actually around entry level, although that's level 40. Like I said, chat, the server's ruined. These are more 40s. Okay, we're all in here? Cool. Alright, let's get started. I don't know what we're gonna aggro, but we'll fight whatever gets aggroed. So we're gonna need, I don't think this guy has the key. No, he doesn't. We're gonna need a key. So keep your eye out for a key, because we have to get in past the ghosts. You have a key? Okay, good. Uh-oh, I just got aggroed by the boss. I might need some nuking back here. Oh, you guys are right here. Never mind. Do we need the key up there? I don't know. Oh wait, this is the other teleport thing, right? Yeah, Yamako, see if you can click on this door here. Oh, scavenger drops it. Gotcha. Alright, let's just keep going. Okay, this stuff is green. We're fighting down. That's new. I don't remember the trap door being there. And I don't remember a key for it. Uh-oh, I should have sat down. Okay, I gotta sit down a minute. I forgot, we got no heals for the time being. You guys might want to kill the rest of the stuff in the doorway here to the left. Not there, other side. Right here by the torches. All that stuff's gotta die too. Should be 5 or 6 mobs in there. You got 2 more? Soldier and a disciple. If the soldier has the wooden shield buff, take the other mob. You might want to sit down, Suki. Some health back. Yeah, it's probably all the 40s, Dove. They all just came in like in the last 10 minutes. Okay, now, I would appreciate if everybody listens to me carefully, especially if you're not familiar with going through this place here. I want everybody to come over where I'm standing. And then over onto this rock. And then I want you to drop down to that ledge where that blue thing is. Now, if you walk around here and stay here and then turn your camera so you're looking west. So stand where I am. You're gonna see a crippling walk underneath us. I need you guys to open up and nuke it when you see it. It should walk right under the branch here. Unless it's already dead. Which it could very well be. Oh, there you go. You just slain the Crypt Fiend. Perfect. Okay, now everybody drop down, but don't move. Okay, so just in case a mob gets away from us, the Crypt Fiends in here are element-based. They're like the Power Rangers. There's different colors. This front roamer, for example, is fire-based. He's got two abilities. One is a fire breath and one is a fire AoE. If he connects with both, it's a lot of damage. The ones to watch out for... Okay, he's going to come all the way down. I would nuke him. Go ahead and nuke him. Get him out of the picture. Perfect. Okay. The ones to be concerned about are the blue ones. The blue ones have two abilities. There's Deep Freeze and... No, Flash Freeze and Ice Shards. If he gets Flash Freeze off, we're all frozen solid. If he then hits us with Ice Shards, we could pretty much be dead. If the game scales the way it's supposed to. So the blue guys are very important that we kill the blue guys finger snap. Okay? Like, we need to send them into last week. Just so you guys know. If the fights happen to go on long, so pay attention to your cooldowns, and if you need 5 or 10 seconds, say something so I know. Because I don't want to screw this up, where we don't have heals. And it can be a bit of a crawl to come back here. Alright, here comes another fire-based. Okay, stay back there. This one should be another fire. Do one path back, so we should only get one. Good job. Next one I think is a blue one. There. Oh, was that him coming back? Coming back, okay. Nice job. I think there should be one more, and then we should be good to move to the next area. You right there, my friend. Oh, one more. This is a purple guy. This is one of the newer guys that was added. This is the Enchanter version. So he's got CC and stuns. I don't think they have charm, though. Oh, yes, Welling Fury was mentioned in the patch notes stuff. I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we read that it was fixed now. Okay, come up to me. Yeah, they fixed the shield thing too. You should only have one buff now, I think. I think everything overwrites. You should have your highest level one. Alright, hang on a second. Stay there. What's the green one do? Poison? Poison. Okay, nuke this guy. Oh, there's two of them. Nuke quickly. Nuke quickly. I gotta sit. I might die. I might die to dots. Am I gonna die to dots? I think so. Do I have? Oh, I put the fire resist in the bank. That doesn't matter. I can't believe this is the one situation in a group where I'm the weakest link. I have to keep pulling, so I get hit with all the initial abilities. I mean, I don't have to pull, but I'd prefer to pull because we don't have a healer at the moment, and I know, like, pretty much everything about the zone. Problem is, if you guys want, there should be 2 or 3 more Crypt Fiends by themselves, and there should be a roaming ghost at the end. If you wait for the ghost to roam back, it'll go out of this chamber, and you can pull those Crypt Fiends. You want to do that now. Sponge neck, I know, right? You guys are going to want to trade me in. What was the joke we had? I think we could... one of the people that I used to run with a few months ago, they had the Timu Krushnek. Okay, you can pull that guy. He'll come by himself. Or he'll just... I mean, whatever. Wizards are silly. Now, if you guys want, because that roamer's dead, you guys can start pulling yourself if you want. Let me see about that evoker. I hit him with... Yep. Okay, incoming. I didn't realize they talked. Huh. You guys keep going. They should, for the most part, they should all be single pulls. And if they're duos, you could always open with a root. Right? Always open with the root and see if anything else moves. I'll be there in a minute. If I stand up again, my regen stops. Oh, you guys might want to hold up after you kill that and let Suki get some mana. Oh, you're good on mana? Okay. What, your nukes cost nothing to cast too? Are you serious? Oh, gotcha. What are these guys con? Oh, even con. Yo, okay, so they increased the level of the mobs. These guys used to be 25 and 26, now they're 28. Oh no, oh no. I gotcha, I gotcha, I gotcha. Nuke it, nuke it, nuke it. Don't let Suki go down. Okay, met up. Hey Salted, what's going on? Yes, yeah, the Praetor still dropped plate, but I don't know. I'm assuming they've lessened the stats on it. You know what else has dawned on me? It's dawned on me that we've come down the wrong way. Oh my. Whoops. But that's okay. We can show you guys the other worm that's down here. Or wyvern. Or dragon. Or whatever they're calling it. Another way to get... There's only one way to get down here, but I was trying to take the group over to the Monk Salted. And I thought we had to drop down here first and then take the other path, but the other path is actually up a floor. That's all. Okay, so if we want to take a look at the worm that's here, we need to kill these shepherds. What are these shepherds called? Yellow. Oh, interesting. Might be able to just fight down here. Okay, so here's what. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. Well, actually, oh no, this might be a bad idea without heals. I bet you they still goof every now and then. Okay, I'll say this much. When you're down here right now fighting these Celestium shepherds, first off, they can't be CC'd, so you have to try and pull them separately. Now, I know you guys say, oh, we're wizards doing 100 million damage, blah, 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 we'll be fine. Not necessarily. These shepherds have half a dozen abilities they cycle when you're going through combat, and there's a certain skill that if it doesn't go off properly, will lock the mob in a certain state. People will run around and say the mob's broken, it'll never die, it's got infinite hit points. That's not the case. You have to actually end up triggering the cycle to make the mob dump the ability and then die. So it could be that if we start pulling these guys, one of them might get down to about 2% health and then look like he's going to live forever. And I mean, when I say this, I mean we used to fight these guys for 15 minutes straight at 2% health, and it still wouldn't die. And we couldn't figure out how to fix it, and then we figured out how to fix it. So it actually just gets a jam, and the jam needs to be unclogged. So for anybody out there who thinks these mobs are busted and live forever, learn to test, okay? Learn to test. So, do we want to try these, or do we want to go back up the other way? It's up to you guys. Personally, I'd like to show you guys the worm, but I don't want to risk dying here. I'm all for the challenge, but I'm not all for corpse run all the way back down here again. We can start with one and see what happens. Okay, hang on, hang on. Alright, nuke it. Nuke it. Good job. Same with this one. Gonna teleport up here. Cool. Alright, let me get a bit of health here. Are you using, Javelin? RMS? You have it on your bar? Alright, I'm gonna test and see if I can get... I don't think this shepherd's gonna path over to us normally. Let's see what happens. Oh, here he goes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No! Kellogg's has cornflakes. That would have been bad. That would have been so bad. Alright, I'm just gonna sit here and med up. Sure you guys are fine. I just dropped to 10 hit points. Now, if you guys want to wait for that other golem to walk back up this way, you could probably unload and nuke him. while he's up here, and that way you don't get the ads. Up to you. I'm gonna be down here a minute. And if we get around to him, I believe this is, this is the water worm? Is that the water worm or the earthworm? I can't remember which. Man, hit point regen is rough. What is my hit point regen? 5. So it's 5 on the 3 for 8, right? 304, 318, 14, 32, 24, 30. About there. Okay. Almost at full health. I don't remember the whispering. Maybe I just didn't pick. Here he comes. Want to nuke him? I have to sit down again. Excuse me. I gotta try and find better ways to limit my sitting down. Takes a lot of time away from respawns. No. It's fine, man. It's fine. We just won't die. That's all. I would rather have your DPS. I know it's funny me saying that, but with the amount of DPS you guys do, you guys are killing stuff within like 3-4 seconds if everything goes off. Okay. So we're out of range to hit that guy, which means we're going to have to go down. So if everybody wants to come down. It's fine, it's fine. Everybody can still come down. Keep measure target. Come on. Alright, here he comes. Nuke away. Good job. Alright, let me do it again. Nuke away. Nuke away. Alright, if everybody wants to climb up to me. So up on this ramp here, that's the placeholder, but if you're lucky enough to get the name, the Crystal Mind or the Crystal Heart can spawn over there. Nuke away. Thank you. Alright, you should be able to nuke that shepherd to the east there. I gotta sit down and med again. Okay, we can med here. The stream is behind for you guys? Interesting. I would try refreshing. Let me see. You can get in Sword of Truths. Yeah, the whispering is pretty cool. I don't remember the whispering last time I was down here. Climb down this wall. There's going to be a shepherd down here as well. He aggroed. He's dead. Why can't you guys do that to every mob? Oh, hang on. Don't move. Don't move. I'm pretty sure one of those roams. Yep. Hang on now. He's got a bit of a roaming path. So here's the trick. When you're down here, you always let that guy roam that's walking away, and then you can safely pull this guy here in front of the pillar. And now you can pull this other guy. This guy here, this next pull, this is a place... Oh, never mind, we got some other one. What did we get? Oh, I don't even remember that guy. Alright, if you guys want to nuke that shepherd to the north there against the wall, he's by himself. And sit down and rest. This you? Okay, perfect. Okay, yeah, so if everybody comes over here to the edge of the cliff... Oh, They dug him out. It used to be only his head in the wall. They got his arms and someone was working in here. Alright, if you want to nuke that shepherd down below, we could probably drop down afterwards. Almost. Gotta get this guy. Yep. Where'd he go? Oh, he's up top. There. We just unlocked Dragons of the Deep faction. That would be this guy. This is not the same character model that was stuck in the wall. He's like fully... Except for his tail, he's fully exposed. I wonder why they came in and moved him around. He doesn't do anything. Can't talk to him. Talk to me now? Nope. Nope. Won't talk to me. Wait. Galvarden. How are you getting a chat window? From behind him? Oh, you gotta get closer. Well met, traveler. Okay. Okay, well, that's that. So, if we want to go back and check the monks or whatever, we gotta go back up. So we'll head back up and make our way over towards the monks. Alright, we got respawn. We got respawns up here. One of these will roam. Alright, here he comes. Now you'll have two below us. Alright, let's rest up down here. Because when we climb up, we're gonna have the ghosts to fight. Obviously unfinished? Yes, obviously unfinished. Okay, let me see if I can split these guys. We're gonna have 2. Okay. See what else I can get. We should have 1. We have 2. Nobody should be climbing. Oh. stayed zoning. Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't be able to go. I wouldn't be able to run through. I'll get all the aggro in the world. You trading me? Oh, for the corpse summoner? I got 5 silver, man. Oh, you're right, I did die. Look. Little Dove hits for 459, 459, 331, 459, 506, 30, 459, 20, 459, 30, 7,607, 207, 8,301. Wizards. Invisibility? What? Oh, to run back there and vid? Dude. I don't think that's gonna work. There's the safe room. Now, these guys shouldn't see... Or they shouldn't see invis, right? I don't have a key. I can't get in the door. Oh no, no Dub is dead. You got yeah, see? Those blue guys, man. They're not nice. Okay, let me see if this works. Okay, made it in. Now, we can't go any further without the group. This room used to be a death trap about a year and a half ago. Used to be so much fun. So much fun. You could have 3 perfectly well-geared groups sitting up here, and one mob would kill all 18 people. That was by design. Now we have the Temu version. Oh, right, gotcha. We're still not sure what this is. It's a map that really makes no sense. If you take one of these colors for water, say this bluish type, there's not this much water here. Now, maybe it's supposed to be Badia Dakara, because I think Badia Dakara is supposed to be off of Silent Plains, but I don't know why they would have a map here for Badia Dakara that's 2 zones away. So, I don't know offhand. I tried to look for Kosa Ul, but I don't see Kosa Ul on this map either. So I don't think it's Badia Dakara. The store has... Oh, for sure, for sure. I'm just saying, there's other stuff there's other pictures in the game that are game related. But this one doesn't seem to be game related, which is unfortunate. Because this is the only place that this map exists. This map isn't anywhere else. That almost looks like Necropolis. Necro something O. Necropolis. It looks like Necropolis, but not filled in. That looks like ACHA? ACHA? Yeah, you can't make out anything else. Someone's at the door. Someone's at the door. Oh no. Wait, who got... Is that aggro on us? No. Oh, you guys can't be... If you guys keep moving out there and the AoE tags you, they're gonna tag us. I can't go out there. Hey, Meat, what's going on? How's the PTR going? It's going. The server's in a bit of a weird place. They implemented a test support NPC that allows players to level boost themselves for the time being, just because they've had to have 4 or 5 character wipes so far, and they wanted people to not have to worry about having to do the 1 to 10 journey over and over and over and over again, because people would stop playing on the server because they just don't want to keep doing it. So the unfortunate thing is a bunch of people came back to the server, but they all went to level 40. So now there's nothing but 99% of the population is 40s going through lower level areas to get all the names and so on and so forth. And there doesn't really seem to be much, as far as I can tell, much testing going on. I've refused to go to 40. We started this tune at 25. The last tune we had before the last character wipe, like 3 weeks ago, we had gotten to about 27, 28. Then we had the wipe, then I got this guy, so I boosted this guy to 25, but my goal is to keep trying to level through the content and test. But unfortunately, I'm reliant on only having a few people available, and I wouldn't want them to feel obligated, and I wouldn't want to jump in here and all of a sudden there's only 2 or 3 people like this evening. So, other than that, I mean, the PTR server is busy, but everybody's level 40. So. But it is going. We're seeing a lot of updates. We've had updates every week for the past 14 weeks. This was patch 14. Excuse me. The patch notes are up now. If you go to pantheonmmo.com and scroll down, the first 2 blurbs or whatever, you'll see week 14 update. Or if you have access to their Discord, you can go into their Discord and they'll have an announcement section, and that'll have the patch notes there as well. But we've been getting patches every week for the past 14 weeks. Like, they haven't missed yet, which is fantastic. So progress seems to be coming. We've got a fair number of the masteries in the game right now. We have 8 out of the 13. So we have the 3 tanks, the warrior, the paladin, the dire lord. We have the 3 healers, the cleric, the druid, and the shaman. And we have the wizard and the enchanter. Now, none of them are perfect, and they're all still a work in progress, but they're trying to get them all designed and get them in game so they can get closer to signing off on the combat mechanics so that they can get some kind of a build to be pushed to the other servers right now. Well, I would say their patch notes have been pretty good. I'm not sure how signed off I would be on communication. They've been kind of radio silent while they work, and then we get the patch notes, the following Wednesday. But yes, it seems to be coming along, as far as we can tell. I mean, if I thought for whatever reason that they were faltering, I wouldn't be playing. So, the fact that I'm playing, it feels good. It feels good. Feels like a long time when you're... Yeah, and that's just it. As far as an official launch goes, we're probably still... I mean, if I had to guess, and I could be wrong, I probably am wrong, but if I had to guess, we're still like a year and a half out. Like, we still only have the one continent in-game right now. We're expecting 2 more, Rainfall and White Thaw. I believe with their next big update... So this period of time is part of their spring update, even though we're into summer. The summer update, which I believe would probably be closer to fall, I guess, is supposed to bring in Badia Dakara, which is another zone to this continent, but I believe they're also bringing in Rainfall as well, but we're not going to have access to it. But they want to get it in the game so they can start building on it. So that's a good sign too, but they still have that continent, and they still have White Thaw to come in. They also still have the Necro and the Monk, which have been removed for mastery purposes while they get worked on. They haven't come back into the game yet. So there's still a bit to be done, but they are getting closer and closer. There's been no holdups, there's been no excuses. They've been presenting us with improvements every week. This week, not so much of big improvements, nothing new per se, but just like bug fixes. My concern is I just wish the server population would have stayed down to around 25, 30, and then everybody could group and test the mid-game stuff and then move up into the end game. Because as much as somebody wants to say, well, if they have the ability to jump to 40, they should jump to 40, I just said a minute ago that we're still a year and a half away. That's a long time. We've only had the level 40 tune for a week, and people are still 40, which means probably in the next 2 weeks, they'll probably stop playing their tunes, and then that could mean they stop playing altogether, which means we lose those people to group with, test with, etc. On the flip side, if everybody were to stay, there's going to be a bunch of 40s who might level down to 20 or 25 to hang out with people, but they're going to be ridiculously overpowered because they're farming all the gear right now. Like, it's... I firmly believe we shouldn't have levels 30, 35, or 40 on the auto leveling tune. So, we have to go after a body, Salted. We have a body down here. Once we have the body, we'll be coming back up. Hey, Counter. Counter says it's good to see you back. How hard can it be to be a one-armed wizard? Oh, well, if we have all the bodies, we're going the wrong way. We want to go to the monks, right? So we want to come up this way. Nuke that striker at the end there. There you go. Now, there may be a crypt fiend to the left. There's a little tunnel in the wall, but we're going to go to the right. Yeah, go ahead and tag that crippling. That's still doing damage? Oh my goodness, it's still doing damage. Wait, if we have all the bodies, does that mean Andis got his body back before he switched over to the shaman? Oh, okay. We have a spot, man. Send me a tell when you're in game and I'll send you an invite. Is the mind up, I wonder? Oh, I forgot. We have a shaman. Okay, we got 2 coming. Or I thought there was 2 coming. Nope, I was mistaken. Oh, wait. Do not step backwards. Do not step backwards. I forgot there's a false floor there in the corner. Uh-oh. Did somebody just go down? See where that skull is? That skull is your marker, your mental marker. There's no floor there. Just so you know. I almost forgot. It's been so long since I've been here. And it's the placeholder. We can clear the placeholder. So this is where the crystal mine spawns. That's the named golem elemental. That was the placeholder that we just killed. Oh, yes, Yamiko. Could I get you to go back to the gate to let Lenore in? If you wouldn't mind. Nope, wrong way. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, right way. Never mind. And the way I'm facing is where we want to go. So if you guys come back out here, we want to go west. This opens up into the monk area. Can't even enter the capital city and hardly any racial starter zones. Well, the racial starter zones are in. Avalia's in for humans. The Barrow Dark is in right now for dwarves, ogres, and Darkmere. So Hirith is in for halflings and elves. Badia Dakara will come in, and then I think that's either Darkmere territory, which means they get moved, or that could be the Scar, maybe? I don't remember. But they only have 1 continent, so they're only going to have X number of starting areas. They're not going to have all 9 starting areas until they get 3 continents. I would probably nuke the cultist first, let the other guy aggro, and I'll pick him up until you guys kill it. Incoming. I'm toast. Poison got me. Fairthale is currently being worked on too, and Fairthale, I believe, is the largest city on the continent. If I'm not mistaken, so that'll be pretty cool once that comes in. That introduces, I think it's the Ashen Elves and the Ember Elves. I joined the game in February of this year, played just a bit, heard about the wipe coming, so I've just been waiting for this PTR to end and play again. Well, but like I said, I can tell you, if you start a character on the PTR server now, Meet, you can go to the test support NPC and you can actually increase your level to whatever and then run around. I mean, you still have to level in between whatever you choose, but you won't have to start at level 1. When this first went EA, I had my concealment up enough. I literally ran circles around the place looking for chests. Yes. We had concealment people going into Mad Run as well, and they would go sit under Aganoct. Aganoct being a raid target. And I think all they needed was 13 concealment at the time. Okay, incoming in a moment. I wouldn't have... Okay, well. Okay, we have a Crypt Fiend next. Now the monk area is very crowded, and it's this building right here that I'm facing. I think there's 9 or 10 spawns in close proximity, so we'll have to be careful. Incoming 2 or 3, I think. Or just one? Incoming 2 or 3? Or just one? Okay. Looks like it was just a placeholder. Incoming 2. I like that the mobs are acting appropriately, though. All naked and fine. Oh, is it this building he's in, Salted? It must be this building he's in. Where he spawns. This is the bigger building. That would make sense. Wizards are silly. Saying, dude, so when I say 2 or 3, there's supposed to be 2 or 3. Like, I intentionally pulled 2 or 3, but for some reason, I don't know if it's level related or the game, but they're not all aggroing like they're supposed to. Yeah, me too, Counter. Me too. It seemed like this patch was just bug fixes. I mean, which is great. Progress is progress, but I guess maybe they're not ready to address the wizard or enchanter just yet. What's this? Created from duskwood and inlaid with precious metals, this coffer appears to hold something important. However, instead of a normal lock, there are 2 indentations where something should be placed. An inscription below the indentations reads, "Life and death are illusions both. Thought and will are the only reality. Coffer will not yield the secrets to you." Thought and will, those are the golems. Crystal thought, crystal will. Those are the golems. You gotta kill the golems. Well, I just gave that away. I just gave that away, chat. Oh, hello, Crypt Fiend I didn't see. Run away from the fire. Run away from the fire. Oh. Here comes the Mez one. Oh, this takes a key now? Oh. Oh, well, hello. Oh, it's the key from the map room. So what you're saying is we should clear back and find a scavenger. Oh, we got a blue Crypt Fiend. Not aggro. We can leave him alone. Who opened the door? Of course you do. I think you have everything. So this room right here used to be a safe room. I don't know what's in here now. Oh, this is locked too. There's a boss fight around the corner here. Don't step in that room just yet. I gotta try and remember. Oh, you gotta open the door, Dove, if you wouldn't mind. Aerodol's locked outside. Oh no, they're right here. Okay. Okay, so I don't know if it's an auto spawn when you go into the room, but I think there are 3 portals, and I think during the fight he either moves to the portals or he calls things through the portals. I think. It's been a long time since I've been here. I would say the focus would be fight him until he summons his ads. I think it's 3 skeletons, and then switch off to the skeletons. Because the ads could run around and whack you guys. I think. Now, it might not be an issue with the wizards. I don't know. But just to be safe, let's let Suki get the full mana. I'm sure the wizards will make short work of them, but I still had to explain the encounter. Just in case. And for those who don't know, right now with Pantheon, wizards are the most broken they've ever been, ever in the existence of ever. And I don't mean broken in the sense that stuff isn't working properly, but on a scale of 1 to 10, they're tuned up to 24. So... Okay, we'll go inside. Now there should be an emote, I think. It could be somebody else has killed him as well, and he's probably on a timer. Yeah, I think he's on a timer. You don't need an item to spawn him. Wonder who that is. I mean, my head's pretty big, but it's not me. Okay, well, we can crawl back, we can head back out. Oh, he's up now? Oh, he is up now. There you go. Good old Nashura. Hang on. He's got to go through a spiel. Watch chat. There's like 3 red messages, and then he goes aggro. Maybe 4. There you go. Oh my goodness, so many ads. Oh, so much for 2 wizards. Did you guys forget your Wheaties before the fight? Yeah, I know. It's part of that unmoral sacrifice the ads were doing. I knew there was something I couldn't remember, but I knew that we had to switch off and get the ads. That opening stun is on purpose. Everybody gets stunned at the start of the fight. It gives him time to summon, or to start summoning. I was stunned too. That's crazy, Cross. Who would do that? That's crazy. Didn't you learn anything from, what was it, the WoW Onyxia video? Dude was saying stand in the center, but don't stand next to anybody. Yeah, the different keys to the dungeon are soul-bound, so they stay on your body past death. Or at least I'm pretty sure all the keys are soul-bound. Might not be all the keys. Most of the keys are soul-bound. bolt right there. First time seeing Narash. Yeah, I'm not going to say they're relatively new, but they were put in. I want to say they were put in last fall, I think. 50 DKP minus. There you go. I always laugh when he says, everybody get to the middle, but don't stand next to anybody. I'm thinking, wait a minute, don't you have like 25 people on a raid? How are you going to get 25 people in the middle and then tell them not to stand next to each other? How big is the middle? I always get a kick out of that. Your key to open that door is now behind the door? Oh no. Well, once we zone in, I think we can chill for a minute. I think we'll find a scavenger. Let's find a scavenger and, what is it, a thaumaturge? Or thaumaturge, see if we can get them to drop keys. Yeah, I've killed that Narasha a couple of times. I can't remember what they dropped though. It was like a year ago. 7 or 8 months anyways. It used to be an empty room. There was nothing there, and then one day we were there and we saw the portal, stepped in the room and he came through it. We were like, ooh, what's this? Then he proceeded to wreck us. We were like, oh, okay, he must die. I probably have the VOD somewheres. Probably somewheres on YouTube. I mean, I pretty much have the VOD. I pretty much have my entire Pantheon playthrough in video on the internet. Pretty much the only time I'm in there is encapsulated in the stream. There's a thaumaturge right there. Oh, there's 2 thaumaturges. Do I hear 3? I could have swore all access keys were soulbound. I thought they all had the tag. Oh, well, sir, I got the hiccups. Oh, the bag. Right, yes. Yeah, key should be in your main inventory. Right. Yeah, when it says soulbound, they have to literally be on your person, meaning the first 10 inventory slots that you have. You normally have keys in a saddlebag. Well, I mean, yeah, but you can only access your saddlebag when you're on your mount, right? Like in here, you wouldn't be able to access your keys regardless. Or am I wrong and you can actually access your saddlebag in here? That would be weird. That's the way they have it set up. Alright, we're almost ready to start clearing back down, chat. We just had a couple AFKs real quick. I think we have enough here. I'm gonna pull a thaumaturge. Ooh, 25 staff, 1 stamina, 1 intellect. No key, though. I think we need the scavenger. Oh, there's a third thaumaturge. Alright, hang on. Let me see where the closest scavenger is. 4 thaumaturges. Ravager, Stalker. If everybody wants to, well, no, we probably shouldn't risk it. We'll just kill our way down. Could always see if the bag's up, maybe. Bag is not up. Oh, actually. Here we go. Thank you for standing on that. Ooh, the crystal mind is up. That's not who we need. We need thought and will, but... Oh, are we all here? We're not all here yet. This person must not have a key and they're following us. We had no scavengers on the way down. Someone got aggro. Oh, nope. That's them fighting the ghost. Okay, incoming. Okay, we can start crawling now. Same thing we did last time. Well, that's everybody. For those who might be interested as well, the direction I'm facing, that disciple in the corner, there's a false floor in front of it. These guys are checking all the names. Yep, we're fighting it now. they didn't. Incoming boss. If I remember correctly, I think this guy drops a wisdom mech item. Oh no, he drops a ring too. It's not for me. 1 stamina, 4 nature resist, 18 mana. Not great. But whoever can use it. Yeah, roll. Roll it up. Whoever wins, wins. It's just not for me. Okay, I'm gonna pull this Crypt Fiend. Or somebody is. Alright, the Shadow Hand is armored, so if you want to nuke that Praetorus first. Oh, never mind, he's walking away. Excuse me. Pulling the other Crypt Fiend. Oh, we got 3. Nope, we got 4. There's gonna be a Cold Fiend. Gonna be 2 Cold Fiends after the... Oh. No, Dove, not Dove. I don't know, you guys shouldn't have pulled the side building. If we're up here, we don't pull down there. They are not dropping any chain that I have seen, but I will keep you in mind going forward. We have to all be in zone for the res too, don't forget, so... Oh, you guys are still there. Yam and I released. No, those monks clearly aggroed the group. Now, it could have been as simple as someone standing off to the side. If someone stood off to the side closer to that ramp down and then an AoE went off, I could see that. They just tried to res me, Dove, but I wasn't in zone. Yeah, it was down here that aggroed. It was these two that aggroed, and they brought monks from inside the room. That's what aggroed. They wouldn't have aggroed if we were all up here. So whether someone moved around or what have you, what happened was they closed the distance between here and there and aggroed them. Because I was already pulling down here. That's all. Camped in Manor for 3 days and not one piece of chain? Really? Dude, yeah. We had that bad luck when we were up there a couple weeks ago. So, Chad, even in the 20s, in a 20s area, you can still die. So. Can't even get the totem to drop? Yeah. That's been rough for a few people on this server. There were a couple of days where they had OOC conversations about the totem. Some people thought they had removed it. They didn't. It's still there. It's just hard to get. Okay, so this whole area is going to start to respawn. We're going to stand still for a minute and just wait, and we'll kill it as it spawns. I don't want to start pulling mobs and then have them jump on us. We got a cold Crypt Fiend coming. We got another cold Crypt Fiend. Should be 2. Crypt Fiend in camp. Dude, how did we not get Aerodel up? I was clicking on him. Uh-oh, we got another one. Oh, Bushu might be up if they're in there. Did I not spell that right? Oh, I didn't either. Oh, the tell system. Junk. I got a res. Nope, I got a res. We're good. Oh, I didn't know who it was. See, chat? Your boy knows people. I'm not kidding. I know most of the server. Apparently they're just all playing on different tunes with names I don't recognize. I'm gonna try for the evoker when the Crypt Fiend walks back. Gotta get that evoker. She's gonna melt me. She's gonna melt the healer. I'm super mezzed. 8 seconds. That was close. That tractor beam ability you were talking about made you walk backwards slowly. That's called Unmoral Barrage. It's used by the evokers and it sucks because it's channeled, just so you know. It's like a fear, snare, and dot at the same time. Okay, I'm gonna pull that Crypt Fiend. Crypt Fiend is fire-based. Okay, we should be able to move to the door safely. We do have a key to get in, right? Oh no, it'd be Dove. Was the key in a bag? Frost Crypt Fiend. Interrupted. We gotta kill it. We gotta kill it. I was so lucky with that interrupt. It was just casting Flash Freeze. Ooh, okay, so your key is on the other side of the door, which means we need another key from the safe room, which means we need a scavenger. Could be called the moonwalk, for sure. Well, you don't walk backwards, so it's not that you walk backwards, it turns you around and you walk the opposite direction. That's what I should say. But you're right, if it walked you backwards, it should be called the moonwalk. Alright, so we'll sit here and we'll kill whatever spawns just to make sure we don't get surprised. I think that was Joppa's voice. I think that was him saying Alexium Murtaugh. What was that? That's the environmental effect in the dungeon here. Those are souls or what have you that are speaking to you, trying to creep you out. So the company that did the audio for this game is a company called PVL, and it's the audio in this game is one of the main selling points. As far as I'm concerned, the sound and the lighting is just phenomenal. But the audio is just fantastic. Like the audio, it's man, oh man. It's the best game right now that I've played with the audio as far as environmental audio. These guys hit it out of the park. Like Monsters and Memories, for comparison, has that EQ type feel with their songs, but as far as the environment itself, Pantheon freaks people out. Like the audio is just phenomenal. The audio is just phenomenal. Like I can never say enough. Out of the almost 600 VODs that I have on the internet, I'm pretty sure in 200 of them, I'm just giving trophies out to PVL for their audio. But the audio in this game is great. You could be in the middle of a forest at nighttime with no light and sitting down, metting your hit points back. And if you listen carefully to the sounds around you, you know where the goblin is that just walked past you. You know where the wolf is that just sat down. You know where the rabbit is chittering as it goes across the ground. Like, you know where... Oh, dude. I can't say enough. I can't say enough. The audio's fantastic. No, I don't think anything else has been added. Excuse me. Uh-oh, you triggered the event. Uh-oh. I'm gonna sit right over here. Best game for audio since Diablo 1. Yeah, the audio in this game, dude. I used to have PVL in the stream. A long time ago, about a year ago, they were in here. I had a conversation with them. I got some information from them. I haven't said anything about it. I think it's pretty cool. But I can't be spoiling everything. It's pretty cool when they come in here. I thought maybe they were interested. They said if they needed a voice for the next project, that they might get a hold of me. I said, don't worry about it. I haven't heard from them, but I got a few little tidbits of information about the game, this game, with the audio that I'm not willing to say, at least for now. Excuse me. I know, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think PVL is working on the next Pathfinder expansion. And I think PVL did the audio for Pathfinder, but could be mistaken. Who did the audio for... Oh, I forgot that. What was I saying? Nope. That's not what I was looking for. Pathfinder. Who did the audio for Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous? I don't recognize names. Give me 1 second here, chat. Okay, gotcha. Of course, I'd be all the way down by the boss. I will give you 21 seconds. How's that? That's how nice I am. I'll give you 21 seconds. Oh, he's aggro. So, I guess we'll have to go in there and fight him. Maybe we go a little slower on the DPS and then nuke the ads when they come out so we don't get swarmed. I think there's a period there around 50% where he went invulnerable. I think. I'm pretty sure he started talking at 50%, and I don't think you guys were doing damage. I don't think that's going to work. I do believe the important part to this fight, though, are the ads. Pretty sure we're not going to be able to take them without getting rid of the ads. I just don't recall what the other two portals are for. I don't think we have to drag anybody to the portals. I think we just have to watch where the ads come from. But I'm pretty sure if we get him down to 50%, we're going to have to switch off of him for the ads. I think. Are we all good to try it again? Okay, let's go. I'll try and die closer to the door this time. I'm gonna try my CC banner. Yeah, it's only lasting 5 seconds now. Well, that worked. Holy smokes. Dropped a shield. Holy smokes, he dropped a tower shield. Holy smokes. That's crazy. Well, I mean, I could use... I've never seen that before. I don't know how I feel about tower shields only having 30% mitigation, though. Where the kite shields have 20. Why can't this have 40? It's a tower shield. That is crazy. That is crazy. That's an awesome shield. Thanks, gang. And we just completed the consecrated shield this evening. You're right, it's not a tower shield. I've already spoken about this. I spoke about this last week. I think this shield needs the tower shields need to be a little more rectangular down here, and the kite shields need to be smaller. That is not a standard kite shield. A kite shield is like a kite shield typically only blocks part of your upper body, right? As opposed to a round shield or a buckler. Thanks for showing new stuff. Hey, no worries, man, no worries. Like I said, I've been everywheres, so none of this is new to me, except for the shield, which I've never seen before. What'd the guy drop? He dropped this shield. No, Andretius. I've been struggling for a year to get that done on Krushnek, and I can't get any inkling of assistance from VR. And I'm pretty sure I'm the only one working on that. I found the first stage and the second stage, but I can't find the third stage. So, the shield, I believe this shield was the shield that used to be red, but it didn't have these stats on it. I think the appearance used to be red for the shield. I could be wrong. But Praetoria's shield sounds familiar. Yeah, yes, okay, yeah, that's what it was. That's why I said I hadn't seen it before. It's also a different graphic. This used to, I'm pretty sure this is the shield that was red and had the lion's face on the front, right? Or just rusty red? Yeah, just rusty red, yeah. I just remember it being a red shield. But it didn't have these stats. And I say that because something I've noticed on a couple of items now that's new is that vulnerability. That crit vulnerability is on a number of items, which is new. I don't like the 2% block chance. Okay, Aerodel, thanks for coming along. Oh, is that what it was, Andrew? Okay, gotcha. And stuck out? Oh, I guess we're fighting. There's a Wispwood staff on this dude. 18 physical damage, 1 wisdom, 1 int. Hey, Kalel. No, they were just playing their wizards, and there happened to be two of them, so they're now in the group. There is a teleport option down here. We can't get to the other side down here. We're missing a key. We need a specific mob to get a specific key to open the door to pick up another key to get us access to the teleport place. Oh, I respawned. That door to your left, we glitched past the wall to the door there. Nothing. Yeah, so before this door was locked behind a key, it used to just be a safe room. We used to just come in here and sit down here and met up or what have you, and nothing would aggro. I think the rubble, right? There's rubble on the other side. I think you open the door, there's a short hallway, and then there's like a busted wall that you can't go through, I think. Oh, it's another thing. You might remember that there was the wyvern head in the wall down at the bottom by the elementals or what have you. They've changed it. They now have a different creature down there in the wall, and the creature is pretty much fully exposed. The only thing that you can't see is the tail, which is weird. We were looking at it earlier. I've never seen the graphic before. It was a different type of dragon, or a different type of wyvern. Very sleek. You got your character stuck so bad, cheesing the ceilings and walls. Savannah told me to delete my character. uh, she leveled you back up? That's awesome. No, I do not want a juicy apple. Okay. Gotta look at that shield again. 33 AC, 4 fire, 4 cold, 4 shock, 2 shield block. Mitigates 30% damage on a 6 block. Crit vulnerability. Guessing that means I take less damage from crits by 0.02%, which is like nothing. Where's Deep Ghosts? You mean back where we were? You know that door to the left after the zone in? It's always been locked. I get in there, it leads to another door. You open that and it's a dead end? Oh no. I don't know where we're going next. Got to see who we have available. We have a couple people logging. I don't have much time myself. But we'll see if we can do something. Let's see. We're probably not going to see too many people in our level range. Nope. Dove is logging, Crazy's on the way over, and there's nobody else. And I bet everybody else is 3940. Yep. Look, Black Rose Keep, Dethroned Fast, Eastern Plains. Some people are in Silent Plains, Silent Plains, Silent Plains, Silent Plains. Silent Plains. Not many. A lot of people everywhere else, though. They're all farming. They're all farming names, man. We had 540s tonight in Halniers just running to check names. Like, why are you even in there? Yeah, live has had a really low population for about 3 months now, I would say, 3.5 months. The server used to be about half full, going back 4 to 5 months, or I guess 4 to 6 months. But a lot of people ended up leaving because they didn't want to come over to PTR because of the fear of character wipes. But because so many people left the live server to come to the PTR server, guilds just ended, so nobody was doing anything. Now, I still think there's 1 or 2 guilds that get together through the week, I think, to do Teldadris, I think. I think that still happens. I'm not part of it because I've been over here for the past, well, since day 1 of PTR. Oh, Suki was heading out too? Sav told you that live is gonna wipe in a month or 2? Seriously? Interesting. Well, I mean, I guess that's why they're speeding everybody to 40 and not doing proper testing. The testing right now should be level 20 to 35. That's what testing should be. Hey Crush, if you had to choose another MMO to play, what would you choose for? Oh, that's a good question, Kay. The reason being is, MMORPG. A lot of the MMORPGs out there have their dedicated streamers, and a lot of them are full-time streamers. But I'm not the same type of personality. Like, I try to be as informative as possible, but I don't necessarily focus on the game itself as much as I do playing the game and talking to you guys. Also, the gameplay has to be something that I'm drawn to. Like World of Warcraft, for example. I've tried multiple times to do World of Warcraft on stream. For those who don't know, I've been here for a very long time. I've been here since the beginning of Twitch. I'm arguably one of the longest streamers on the internet. But because I ended up spending almost a decade playing EverQuest on stream, EverQuest is not a game with a high population, right? Nobody gets a high. Even Panth, if you're familiar with the history of Twitch, even Panth didn't have a large population with EverQuest. But I met a bunch of people that I really loved hanging out with, and I didn't. At the time, over those years, I never gave it a thought to grow the Twitch chat because I have real life. I've got bills. I got all the stuff that a lot of your favorite streamers didn't have or don't have or whatnot. So at the time, I didn't really think much of it. But as far as today goes, unless you already have a significant following, I don't think there's an MMORPG that can get a large following for most people who try. So as far as MMORPGs go, the 2 biggest games right now are Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft, followed by Elder Scrolls Online and Guild Wars 2. World of Warcraft I probably couldn't do because I've tried 4 times and it's never panned out. I always get my character to end game and then I get bored because the feel of World of Warcraft is not Pantheon or EQ or Vanguard or what have you. With that said, Final Fantasy XIV was a whole lot of fun, and it looks like this Evercold expansion that's going to be coming out later is going to rewrite quite a lot of the game, so I might revisit Final Fantasy XIV. The other game, people are recommending Monsters and Memories, but the problem with that is with Monsters and Memories, there are no large streamers. The biggest streamer for Monsters and Memories was Nick Hotz. And if you're familiar with whatever drama showed up a few months ago with them, he's not streaming anymore. There are some streamers, there are more streamers streaming Monsters, but they all have a very small audience. As much as people want me to play Monsters and Memories, I know that if I did that, my population for viewers, or at least interacting and talking to you guys, would probably be less than it is now. Because a number of you who are here for Pantheon won't sit for Monsters. I already know. Not that I wouldn't play it. I still plan on jumping into Monsters sometime between the end of this month and September, because I know they're going 1.0 or whatever in October. I actually had one of their devs in stream last night. But for streaming, it's tough because it also comes down to schedule. By the time I get home and I sit down and I've done everything here, and then I sit down for the few hours that I have, we're already in prime time in North America, and Europe is going to bed. So I'm really streaming at what would be by definition the worst possible time for me to stream. That's where it comes to at the moment. That's interesting, Andrecius. Able to snap a screen of that shield and send you into... Oh, yes, I could do that. Hang on a second, Dove. Actually... Yeah, let me do this real quick. Hang on a second, chat. What could I... There it is. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, hang on. I gotta move it. My bad. Copy. I forgot I use multiple computers, so I actually gotta send it through the other PC. Gotta drag it over. Windows. Network. Okay, turn this back on now while I'm doing. I tried Monsters and Memories last night. Man, that game is so... It's so much closer to EQ. It really is EQ 1.5 or 1.2. I like it. I can get behind it, no problem. I've enjoyed it. We have a level 31 fighter over there. Do I have to hit enter or anything, or does it automatically go? I think it automatically goes. Did you get that, Dove? There you go. WoW is just chasing a gear score every expansion. Yeah. What I notice most streamers do is they play the flavor of the week. They don't really stick to one game. That's true too. Your established streamers that already have an audience, they're in the MMORPGs. So it's very difficult. It's very difficult to grow with an MMORPG. And you could say, oh yeah, but once you get in game, you could always advertise in game and to get the players in the game. If there's thousands of people playing your game, you could probably get some of them to jump in. You could try and work that, but that's very futile. Do not do that. That is the epitome of futility. But with that said, again, with my schedule, the thing with MMORPGs is you typically need time to get stuff done. So for example, right now with the PTR server, if I jump in at around 7 p.m. Eastern, but then it takes me an hour and a half to get a group together, go figure something out, and then we get there, and then a wipe happens, or there's other players there, or the content's not available because somebody's killed it. Then you lose a person because they have to log out because they're done for the evening. Somebody else has to take off. Then you have to try and find players to fill your group. And by the time I get on at that 7 p.m. Eastern, a lot of groups are already put together. Like even going back to the beginning of PTR, I'm really just trying to grab people who have just finished with a group or are finishing with a group because people are leaving. Now, if I streamed 8 hours a day, if I could do full-time, that would be much better for MMORPGs because you'd have more time to run around and do stuff. The other thing I could do as well is take all my videos down. If I took all my videos down online and people wanted to follow the game, they'd pretty much have to be here. So... Oh, okay, that's the old one. Yes, right, that's the old shield. Okay. 2 strength, 1 stamina, 5 shock, 5 nature, 289 block rating, 18 block value, warrior paladin. Thank you for linking that to me. That is the shield. That's the red one. Okay. Didn't you just tell me that the Praetor stuff wasn't going to be good? That's what I said, but I was talking about the armor. But now I'm intrigued to see if the armor actually drops with better stats now. This shield is quite the improvement over the previous one. The 2 strength, 1 stamina, that's a moot point. What happens if you try to stream your own stream? Does it create feedback, or is it like a scene in Spaceballs? You try to stream your own stream? I could bring up my stream on the computer. I mean, obviously, you could bring up the stream and then try to load another stream. I'm pretty sure you'd probably crash. You'd have some sort of memory crash at some point. And keep in mind as well, I've typically had more viewers for non-MMO games. And I told this story a couple nights ago, but back at the beginning of Twitch, I didn't know at the time, because nobody really followed numbers, but I was actually one of the top streamers without knowing I was one of the top streamers. 13 years ago, back when Twitch first started, the top 0.01% of Twitch, because it was new. Nobody for the most part knew what Twitch was. So when Justin TV changed into Twitch.tv, or when Justin TV was sold and became Twitch.tv, I was involved in a game called Darkest Dungeon. And long story short, I had almost 1,800 people watching me while I played Darkest Dungeon. And I thought nothing of it. I had no idea. And then back then, if you were 1%, like your Soda Poppins, your Wreckfuls, your Total Biscuits, Co-Carnage, all of them, anybody you name, I know them all. I've seen them all. I've seen them all grow. I know how they've done it, blah, 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 whatever. But they would all have hundreds of viewers, not thousands. And then for like a 2.5, 3 week period, I would have 1,800 people watching the stream. Because when all the other streamers were failing at Darkest Dungeon, I was actually succeeding. I understood how the game was played, and I had so many people watching me because they wanted to know. I would get emails after each stream with people asking questions. I have this, and this. Why do you use this skill with this class, and why do you use that and this, and what do you think I should do? And I'm like, oh my god, there's like a billion questions here, and I can't answer them all. I was like, this streaming thing is crazy, but that was back then. But then, like I said, I jumped into EverQuest, however long ago, like 10 years ago, I think now or whatnot, and the population just disintegrated. I legitimately shot myself in both feet, the hands, the face, revived myself, and shot me all over again. That's what happened. But I wasn't trying to be the next big. I was just streaming because I was working a lot. I had to put my social life on hold for a period of time, so I needed something to do. So when I found out that I could raid and talk with the internet at the same time, dude, someone like me who yaps a lot, yeah, I'm in. I'm in. Period. Yeah. Haley. I mean, you know, um, this goes back to what Andricius was saying about, the current flavors. Baskin Robbins. What was the name of that ice cream shop? 21 flavors, 31 flavors, 31 something. What was it called? I don't remember. 31 flavors? But also, when I get involved in MMORPGs, because there are what you would consider competition MMORPGs with this, you also get people who, they might watch you for a minute, but then they realize you're playing some other game, or maybe if you try and do a comparison and the game that they play doesn't really come out in a shining light. They might just stop watching a person. Like, it all comes down to the attitude and how you want to spend your time. And then people complain about ads, for example, like on streams. Dudes, if you've had a job, you need to stop. You're not going to get over it. Ads are a thing. Everything is a business now on the internet. Everything. You go watch your favorite sport, you're going to get ads. You go order your food, you're going to get ads. Ads are everywhere. And so, like, people complaining about it, even today, like all these years later, I still get people that will comment like, "Oh, I got, I don't know why I got 12 ads or 3 ads." Well, I know why you got it, cuz this is a business. Welcome. Like, ads are a thing. We don't have the option to turn ads off. You're getting ads. It's just a matter of the type of ads that you get. And even then, you guys might not know this, your ad feed can change based on your geographic location. As an example, and don't hold me to it, if you're based in the US, or let's say the West Coast US, you might have 5 or 6 ads pop up every so often. But if you're watching a streamer who might be located in Europe, you might only get 2 or 3. Or if you're watching on the east coast of the US, you might get 12. Well, you probably won't get 12. But the point is, there is a varying calculation to the ads that people get. So, there's just nothing you can do about it. So stop complaining to your favorite streamer or your not favorite streamer about ads. There's nothing they can do about it. There's nothing nobody can do about it. So, but yeah, it's very unfortunate. So I used to tune in to the couple of co-streams that he did when he would hang out with Joppa and Ben and whoever else might have been there with them. I think Ronak might have been there once or twice. Um, you get French ads, and that's because I'm in Canada. Again, there's no control over the ads. Okay, counter, have a good night. Would I love to be a full-time streamer? Yes. I could do this. I could do this all day. I don't have a problem. You guys have been here often enough to see me. I can multitask. I can tank. I can pay attention to where the group is, what the cast time, spells, all of it, and still talk to, a dozen of you typing in chat. I'd be perfect for it. But you kind of have to have all your ducks lined up, and Pantheon is not that avenue. Like, even Primus tried to give Pantheon a shot and a go, and even then, the viewership kind of struggled. And yes, the fact that the game is in development can be a big deal. as much as people enjoy watching you, there's going to come a point, or they're going to hit a threshold, their glass ceiling, where they're just not going to be interested in the game anymore. It's the same thing with Monsters. When I first started streaming Monsters and Memories from taking a break from Pantheon, I had a bunch more people come into the stream and start asking me questions and my opinion and what I was doing and so on and so forth. And uh, that died down as well because those people got their information and they went about their ways or what have you. Hey, B-Pelt. Sorry, just joined. Heard you mention Joppa. What happened to the streams you used to do? I haven't followed the game very close. Was initially waiting for the spring update to drop. So, long story short, we don't really know why Joppa isn't streaming at the moment. However, if someone were to ask me what I thought, I believe that with the push they have to try and meet these deadlines, which they've obviously missed with the spring update. That's not to say they're going to miss with all the other main updates, because we've had 14 weeks during the launch of PTR, and we've had patches every week. They've done 14 patches. And the thing with Joppa is, we believe that he's buried in masteries. He's trying to get all the masteries for all the classes designed and some kind of pass 1 or intro master. So for those who don't know, I'll show you the mastery system real quick. So this is the warrior mastery system right now. Think of it as like warrior mastery 1.0. You have your offensive side over here, which is the warlord side, and then you have the tank side over here, which is the bastion side. So the way that works is, when you hit level 5 on your character, you get 5 mastery points to put wherever you want. Then every level after that, you get 1 up to 50. So when all's said and done and you hit 50, you have 50 mastery points that you get to allot wherever. The mastery system is pretty cool. It is going to be pretty cool for all the classes once everything is done. But as an example, there are 13 classes to be in the game, not including the Bard, which doesn't exist. It's a myth. We don't need to talk about that. But right now, we have the 3 tanks with their masteries, so the Warrior, the Paladin, the Dire Lord. We have the 3 healers, the Druid, the Cleric, and the Shaman. We also have the Wizard as of 2 weeks ago, and the Enchanter as of last week. But the other mastery systems aren't fully designed yet, which we believe is what Joppa's working on. Because of that, he's got so much time in that he doesn't have time to do the streaming. I genuinely believe that once he gets the masteries figured out, and he gets 13 masteries in the game, I have a feeling he'll go back to streaming, because then it comes down to just tweaking the mastery windows, and then they can move on to content. Right now, the push is to get mechanics done. They need to get combat done. They need to get the XP progression done. They need to have it so that you're not... so, I'm going to try not to get all ADHD and off topic, but right now, wizards are kind of broken. And when I say broken, they're uncapped. So on a scale of 1 to 10, they're performing at 24. They're doing a ridiculous amount of damage. It's absolutely asinine, but I'm assuming it will be curtailed in the future. With that said, their TTK, or their time to kill, that they're aiming for is around 45 seconds. That means if you're in a group of level 25 players and you're fighting a mob that would be on level with a group of 25 players, the fight on average should be 45 seconds long. Right now, fights are about 3 seconds if a wizard has their spells available. So, the progression is a little off at the moment until they get the masteries in and until they start tweaking or tuning the different classes. And that won't happen until we get the rest of the mastery systems. We also still don't have the Necromancer or the Monk in the game, so they have to come in as well. But I believe that, I'm pretty sure I'm right on some of those things, but I believe that's why he's not streaming currently, because he just can't. It's just impossible. And I'm sure when he comes back, he'll be all smiles and he'll say, "Chad, it's good to see you. I've been away for a while, blah, blah, blah." And he'll probably talk about how he's been buried in work trying to get this stuff done. Because their spring update was supposed to be a series of work up until the end of spring and then pushed to the PTR server, and we were going to play off of that spring update. But a couple of weeks in to the PTR, the spring update became the combat and progression update. And if you go look at all the previous patch notes from the last 14 weeks, you'll see they reference it. They say combat and progression update. So it ended up becoming stages or steps. They would tweak something one week, and then the next week they'd have to tweak something else. And the week after that, they'd have to tweak something else. Now, as far as I'm concerned, the mobs in the game, mobs being the creatures, they're still not where they're supposed to be. But I think they have a push to get the masteries in to try and bring all the classes in, so then they can start to work on tuning the combat to the mobs themselves. And there's a whole other ball of wax with that. But long story short, I believe Joppa's not streaming because he just can't right now. So, but I do believe once the mechanics are done, so once the mechanics are done, it's all content. Once they figure out, and the day they sign off on how combat is done in game, automatically they finish King's Reach, they work on Rainfall, they get Rainfall finished, they bring in White Thaw, they get White Thaw finished, then they tweak all the content across the terminus, across the planet, in order to get us ready for the launch or what have you. But it's not going to happen quickly. So, also alongside of that, the understanding right now, and I could be wrong with this, so don't hold me to it. But the understanding is once the spring update is signed off on and done, the next update is just content. We're supposed to be getting Body of Dakara. We're going to get, I think there's 3 or 4 landmarks in Body of Dakara. I also believe we're going to start seeing or hearing about the Fairthale city, the city of Fairthale, which I believe is going to be the biggest city on the continent, if I'm not mistaken. That also introduces the Ashen Elves and the Ember Elves, if I have that correct. Oh, something else I should mention. I think on Friday, I don't think I'm going to be doing a Pantheon game stream. I think we're going to start to take a look at the lore of Pantheon. I have a series of things that I have to go through tonight and tomorrow to see how Friday's going to play out. But if you guys want to learn some lore about the game, I think Friday's going to be the day we're going to start. And then I'll figure out where I go from there, if I'm going to do it the Saturday, or if I'll do it the next Friday, maybe do it every Friday until the lore's done. But I have quite a bit of stuff, so we'll see what's going on there. Plans may change, but for right now, I think Friday I'm going to start the lore, I think. Since the whole Ashes debacle. Yeah, there's you and just about everybody else playing Ashes. Same thing with Destiny. Destiny 2 has now come to the end of its development life cycle. So Destiny 2 is awesome right now if that's your jam. But if you're in Destiny 2 and you've done everything, you have nothing else to look forward to anymore. So that MMO is now got a bunch of people who are looking for the next big thing. Whether it's Monsters, whether it's Pantheon, whether it's Soulframe, whether it's World of Warcraft, who knows? I appreciate the depth answer, the in-depth answer. Oh, you're welcome, Beep. Again, don't hold me to it, but I'm pretty sure I'm mostly right with everything I've just said. I think. Have you listened to the lore stuff on Pantheon from Krushnek on YouTube? Yes, not all of it, but that's a good portion of what we're gonna go with on Friday. Guild Wars 3 is... So here's my thing with Guild Wars 3. Guild Wars 1 was great. I played Guild Wars 1 with different people for a while, and then everybody on the internet started complaining that the AI characters or the automated characters were garbage. They weren't doing anything. They kept running into rocks and getting stuck. They wouldn't cast their abilities. Healers wouldn't heal. Whatever, blah, blah, blah. So I decided to take, what was it? I think it was like a warrior monk or warrior priest. I can't remember. It was a warrior monk or a warrior priest. And I took 3 AI characters and I decided to run a 4-party group by myself to see where all these problems were that people were having. Long story short there, I went straight through Guild Wars 1, never had any issues, beat everything, and I'm like, okay, I'm done. This game is just too easy. So I left that game alone. So Guild Wars 2 came out. So I jumped in Guild Wars 2 day 1. Went through, did everything in the core game, got to the jumping puzzles, went around with a bunch of friends, did all the jumping puzzles. Then it became PvP day in and day out. I got tired of it. I said I can't do it. Now they got Guild Wars 3, but apparently with Guild Wars 3, because of the way populations are running now in MMORPGs, they're feeling like more and more players don't have enough time to get stuff done when it comes to setting up groups. So Guild Wars 3 is being designed with Guild Wars 1 and 2 in mind, meaning there will be group content for PvE, probably PvP, whatever, but they're also going to have a large focus on soloing the content in the game. I'm not a fan of that. I've never been a fan of that. Everybody that came in here talking about Pantheon and wanting to solo, I don't care. I'm not a soloer. I yap, I make friends, I group with people. That's what I do. I don't like soloing. Never have, never will. I understand why you guys might want to solo. It's not my thing. If you ever see me soloing, I'm not looking forward to soloing, okay? With that said, I'll have to wait to see what Guild Wars 3 has in play, but I am somewhat interested in Guild Wars 3. I'm just not interested in the solo. And they did say that, so. A Chrono Odyssey, that's another one. So Chrono Odyssey, I was right there too. Chrono Odyssey was a ripoff of New World. It was New World with a different skin. And it's funny because New World was an awesome game. I played New World almost up until the game ended. I had a tank, best gear, all the dungeons, all the achievements, everything done. New World was fantastic. I jumped into Chrono Odyssey the first day of their first playtest. And I looked, what was I doing? I was running through the cave, I think in the tutorial. And I think I got to a bridge or something. And I stopped and I'm looking at the screen and I look at my chat and I go, chat, does this look like New World? And they sat there for a minute and they were like, maybe? So then we went and got a quest and then we went and talked to an NPC and everything was New World. The chat bubbles, and I'm like, oh my God, they ripped off New World and just painted it with a different skin. And that's what it was. It was New World under a different skin. They admitted to it after the first playtest. They said they would do better, and then we haven't seen a playtest since. But apparently they've been working on making Chrono Odyssey their own beast. But they did rip off New World. They took New World's skeleton and painted over it. And it's crazy because I saw it was like the first. It started bugging me 5 minutes in, and then by the 15th minute, I was like, this is New World. They took New World's mechanic. Everything was New World. Everything in Chrono Odyssey was New World, just a different skin. That's all. So we'll see what happens with Chrono Odyssey, yes, for sure. But that was, dude, that was crazy. That was crazy when they came out and admitted to it. But, and, well, with that said too, this is going to sound like I'm defending, and I'm not. But if you don't know, as far as the different genres go for video games, MMORPGs are the hardest to make. They're harder than first-person shooters. They're harder than single-player RPGs. They're harder than puzzle. They're harder than adventure. They're harder than franchise games. They are the hardest genre. That's why barely anybody does MMORPGs. People want to sit there and cry and complain about this, and, oh, well, I played Unreal, and Unreal looks phenomenal compared to EverQuest, and blah, 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 blah. Please, that's ignorance. Educate yourself. Take 5 minutes right now and go online. MMORPGs are the most difficult video game genre to develop. They always have been. Going back to EverQuest, Meridian 59, World of Warcraft, Ultima Online, all of them. They'll tell you they're nightmares. People just don't do their homework. They just don't. They just want to verbalize because they want to verbalize. Think of all the MMORPGs we haven't heard of. Meaning ones that got started and then canceled because people couldn't do it. I wonder, can we look that up? Can you provide me a list of MMORPGs that were in development but got canceled over the last 20 years? Oh, there's a few. Project Copernicus, EverQuest Next, Stargate Worlds, Project Blackbird, Blizzard's Titan, which became Overwatch, Ultima 10 Odyssey, Fallout Online, World of Darkness, and then all the other ones that we know of. So there have been a bunch of games out there that were started and then unfortunately canceled because they couldn't, it's too difficult. MMORPGs are the hardest beasts to build, or tame, period. What is Krushnek looking forward to? Can't say Pantheon. What am I looking forward to? Does it matter what genre? What am I looking forward to? Jesus, man, I played Pantheon for the last 3 years. What am I looking forward to? Dude, that's a good question. I'm trying to think what would get me excited forward to. Can you provide me with a list of video games that are coming out between today and 2027? Ooh. Well, I didn't know this was being made, but I can tell you I am looking forward. It says here 2027. So there's an FPS franchise I played on stream a few years ago called Metro 2033. And it's based off a series of books that were written by an individual, I believe, in Eastern Europe, if I'm not mistaken. The Metro franchise was just phenomenal. I got the feels. It was awesome. The story was fantastic. You followed this I believe he was Russian, I think, or might have been Polish. His name was Artyom, Artym. It was after a war of some sort, and the world had been devastated. It was like real world, and it involved radiation, like nuclear war, what have you. And you had to try and survive. I don't want to ruin it for you, but I just see here that they've got Metro 2039 listed for February 2027. So if Metro 2039 is going to be the same type of game as the Metro franchise that exists today, I'm over the moon right now for that game because I didn't know that game existed until right now. So there's one game. Elder Scrolls 6, that's not coming out for another 7 or 8 years, but, you know, I'll jump into Elder Scrolls 6. I wouldn't say I'm excited for it. Grand Theft Auto 6, I could care less for. I know it's going to be the biggest game in history, but I could care less. I don't know what else there is. That's what I'm getting at. There's a giant hole of nothing. Yeah. There's nothing. Now, there are other MMOs in development, like there's Scars of Honor. We jumped into Scars of Honor on its first playtest. When was that? Like 2 months ago? I think they had a weekend. It was interesting, not my jam. So I probably won't be jumping into Scars of Honor when they have some sort of more in-depth system. But you never know. If I'm not enjoying Pantheon, well, so with Pantheon, I'm going to have to find a period of time to walk away from the game because I don't want to know everything. I know everything about this continent. I know where to go for the quests. I know how to kill the mobs. I know how to fight them. I know locations. I don't need a map. Never needed a map. I know everything about this continent, forward, backwards, upside down. I don't want to do that for the other two continents because then when the game actually comes to a launch 1.0, I'm going to come in knowing, best case, 90% of everything in game, and I'm not going to have the fun of discovering stuff. I'm not going to have the fun of walking up to a Mana Weaver, casting Immoral Surge, and wiping the group because I didn't know I had to line of sight them or turn them or have a certain food item or what have you. I don't want that preparation. It's like why I don't get why when they gave the level 40 bump in here, all the people came back to the game just to bump to 40. I don't understand. I process a lot of things throughout my days. I can't process why everybody's done that. I can't. They'll all be done playing in a month. I'm looking forward to seeing the Tower of the Reckless Magician. That's in Pantheon. Yeah. That's not in just yet. That comes in with South Cell, which also isn't in the game at the moment. And that's another part of this continent. I think it's in the Southwest, if I'm not mistaken. The only two that I can think of for MMOs. Well, there's also Adventures of Adrenaline, which is the MMO done in the style of Minecraft. So there's Adventures of Adrenaline as well. It used to be known as Evercraft, but now it's known as Adventures of Adrenaline. Hey, Dickie. Everyone that creates one these days tries to reinvent the wheel. Yeah, all you need to do is take the best features of whatever games you enjoyed playing and make a game with those features. That's what it is. Now, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you what I want. So, you guys may know SOE, Sony Online Entertainment, Daybreak, the people behind EQ. So, back in the day when they were designing a game called PlanetSide, PlanetSide was initially going to be EQ with lasers, okay? You might not know this. I'll give you some history. So PlanetSide was going to be an MMORPG sci-fi. Now, because of their team management or how they allotted their team development between EQ and EQ2, they didn't have the means to dedicate a team to an MMO. So PlanetSide became a team-based shooter, like 32 versus 32 or 64 versus 64. But it was going to be EQ in space, and it was going to be awesome. I remember reading about this article. This was back in 2000, 2003? 2002, 2003? I can't remember. Way back when. But my buddy and I were sitting at a friend's place, and he had just gotten the new, I think it was the PC Gamer magazine. And we started flipping through the PC Gamer magazine, and they had an article about SOE. So we obviously tuned in because we played EverQuest at the time. So we tuned into the article to read it, and they were talking about this new game, PlanetSide, and that it was going to have experience levels, stats, skills, all sorts of gear you're going to get, just like EQ, but in space. And it sounded awesome because we were looking forward to something different. I think, if I'm not mistaken, and I could be off by a couple of months, within 4 to 5 months after we read that article, they released a press release that said that PlanetSide was no longer going the way of the sci-fi MMORPG. It was going to go to they were seeing a change in gaming towards team-based shooters. So PlanetSide, so long story short, they didn't have the team to make an MMORPG in space, so they made a team-based shooter with PlanetSide. But PlanetSide was going to be EQ in space in the beginning. That's what I need. I would love to see somebody do a sci-fi. WildStar was the last sci-fi type MMORPG that I absolutely loved. I need a StarCraft. Oh, StarCraft was going to do their own MMORPG, but that turned into, I think, StarCraft Ghost, if I'm not mistaken, which is not MMO at all. So even they were going to take a swing at a sci-fi MMORPG, but nobody's been able to do it. Now, you can sit there and go, what about EVE Online? What about Star Citizen? Okay, EVE Online I'll give you, but EVE Online is mostly in spaceships in space. I'm not talking just in space. I'm talking on the ground, boots and gun, shooting stuff, creatures, whatever, like Defiance. Excuse me, if you ever played Defiance. And Star Citizen, let's not even talk about that. 13 years in the making, $1 billion, probably over $1 billion right now in development. Are you kidding me? And there's still not a completed project? I think actually I just saw an ad online a few days ago. Might have been on Twitch about Star Citizen. I think they were advertising to come try the game for free for a weekend or something. I don't have any interest until they get to a launch 1.0. When that becomes a game and you're able to do what you're supposed to be able to do, I'll look at Star Citizen. But right now you still can't play A to Z on the same sit down. So, but a sci-fi MMORPG would be pretty good. That's why I'm taking a break from Pantheon so I can experience it fresh when it launches. Yeah, I'm struggling with the same thing, Andrecius. I'm struggling with the same thing. I enjoy hanging out with the people. I enjoy running stuff, but I don't want to know everything. I don't. And if I keep playing through all the content, I'm going to know everything. It's a dilemma. I haven't really faced this. I was part of the beta development for Vanguard Saga of Heroes like a decade ago. Well, longer than that. Uh, Building that game, I was learning the majority of what they had in the game, but I was still playing it, and I still played it after launch, and I still enjoyed it, everything about it, because there were certain quests and certain diplomacy features that they put in after I'd already done testing. So that was cool. I don't see that happening with this game or Monsters or any other game for that matter. Whatever they're going to have in development is what's going to launch, right? And people will go and talk big about Monsters because Monsters is going into a 1.0 in October, and they got this, that, and the other thing. And this is, yeah, I get it. But you're just prematurely discussing Monsters like you're prematurely discussing Pantheon. You know, nobody knows when these games. The companies don't even know. The devs themselves don't even know when their games are going to be done. Now, mind you, I did speak to a dev yesterday who confirmed to me that they are still on track to do their early access October 1st. So Monsters and Memories will go subscription. It'll be $15 a month, and anybody can get access to the game. And the game will be roughly 25% done. So when you jump in October 1st, you've got 25% of the game. Now, with that said, if you're talking about Pantheon and 3 continents, and we have 1 continent almost done now, that's 25 to 30% of a game. So I get people that come in here and say, oh, Monsters is 25% along and Pantheon doesn't even have its first continent done. Are you paying attention? If it's 3 continents and we're almost done the first one, that's close to 30%, 33%, 33.3333 to be exact. Like people just want to yap, man, and I find it difficult to respond to them at times, so I'll usually just ignore them. It blows my mind. Blows my mind, man. Anyhow, I gotta shut up and go to bed. 1:15. Anybody still left in chat, I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. Tomorrow is Thursday, so chances are we'll probably jump back into Pantheon and we'll see who's available. To be honest, I wouldn't mind going back into Halnir's and seeing what else drops in there. That shield was really nice. I wonder what else is really nice. Although there might not be anything, because Nashura might be the main boss in the whole dungeon, for all we know. He was yellow to me, I think, so he spawned at 29. I don't know any other mob that spawns at 29 in there. But Crystal Mine and Crystal Heart aren't 29, I think they're 27, roughly. Well, anyways, we'll see what happens. Regardless, you guys have yourselves a good night or a good day, and I hope to see you guys in the next stream. Take care.